everybody.
Brought up.
26. Hello, good afternoon, and welcome. Today is the 26th of June. It's 1 p.m., and we're now meeting in LGI 1 for our 11th school committee and TTA negotiation subcommittee session. If you could rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Well, thank you. I'm glad this new time worked out for everybody. Without any further ado, I think we can just get started here with Mrs. Roseanne, I'll say Roseanne.
After 11 meetings.
Yeah, okay.
Hi, everybody.
TTA reps, thanks.
So I think we're going to get started unless you have anything for us
No, go
first. Okay, so we have two handouts. One is a slightly updated package proposal. Changes are now in green type. We're running out of colors. So, and then an updated salary schedule with updated cost analyses. Oh, I should probably grab one for me, huh?
Yeah, actually.
Great. So I'll just describe what we have done, just so while this is circulating. We have memorialized in writing what we talked about last time about the work year being the difference in the first year of 182 for returning employees and 184 for new employees. And then in year two, work year is 184 days for everybody. And the first day, to use Joanne's words, I like that. The first day of the upcoming year, there will be time, as you requested, set aside for the ESPs to meet as a group to talk about PD and maybe designate an individual to be like the delegate, so to speak, for the professional development conversations. So that's in there. We also forgot that we didn't put in the last package about the language for the duration of the agreement. The school committee will work on reducing the amount of unit positions filled by outside agencies. So we plugged that in. That was an oversight. What else? And then we updated our salary proposal, and not to spoil the outcome, you'll see on the updated table, beginning in year two, we have added a step 8 at $1 an hour more than step 7. And the reason it's beginning in year two, for the current, the upcoming or the current fiscal year in which we are already, we will be next week already, the committee budget is set. The appropriation has been voted by town meeting. And so the upcoming school year, there's not a lot of sort of flexibility to move around the pieces. So that year one is as previously proposed, but years 2 and 3, there is an added step, step 8. And that's the substance of our changes from last time to this time. So let's give you guys a minute to digest what we just distributed. If you have any questions or comments, we welcome them. What we would like to do, I know we have 2 hours with you all, but we're willing, if you want to reconvene after the 2-hour teacher session to keep going, we would like to settle this today. And so we ask you to seriously consider this serious proposal, and hopefully we can get it done.
Hold on one second. Rich, do you want the money?
I put them in. I gave $2.
Do you have any more of the
Do you
salary?
mind oh, sorry, does someone have a question?
We didn't get the salary scale.
I'm sorry?
Oh, you didn't get a copy, so do you have more salary copies? In order for us to go back and just look at all this stuff, do you mind if we like take an early caucus and we'll just go look at all this?
No
To
problem.
see what you've
Yeah,
got?
yeah,
Okay,
that
cool.
makes sense.
20 minutes is good?
Yeah, yeah,
So it's 1:05, so 1:25?
yes,
Good? Cool.
perfect.
Yeah, down there. Thanks, Rich, sorry. Rich, a motion to adjourn.
Oh, what room can we go to? Because is everything empty?
I can second you, sorry.
Jill, do you know if your room's empty?
Thank you. A second, to return at 1:20.
Oh, okay, so we'll go down there. Okay, cool. All right, so 1:25? Yep. Cool, thanks.
Actually, we gotta look around for them.
Oh, do you have the-
And we return, meeting called back to order at 1:45.
Hello. Hello. So first I have a clarifying question. So on page 8 of the packet, not the amendment attachment, whatever. Okay, so the paragraph right above where it says number 17. So our last proposal to you is to take those 200 minutes and split them evenly, 100 and 100 for prep and then for, what are we calling it now? Student supervision. So because that 100 and 100 split is not here, is it our understanding that that's rejected and you want to stick to the 60 minutes and the 140 is duties?
It can work out, yes. The short answer is contractually, the district is binding itself to the 60 minimum prep.
Okay.
And we checked, well, the central office checked with the building administrators, and they are not comfortable guaranteeing the 100 at this point of prep, because they just want to be absolutely sure they have proper coverage, student coverage. Now, I know you guys rightly pointed out the way this is worded, there's a guarantee of 60, so by default, the other 140 is available to administrators to assign.
Yeah.
But it may turn out that it's only 100 minutes of that time that's actually assigned because there's enough student supervision. But the district is comfortable obligating itself to provide the minimum of 60.
Okay. All right.
That's a very long-winded way of saying, yes, we reject that.
This is fine. I like the explanation.
But it was
It's fine.
very seriously
Was considered,
considered, because the reasoning, we were with you with all the reasoning and everything, but logistically, they're just not comfortable doing it, like
All right.
contractually obligating themselves to it.
Okay. Okay, so then, that was our one question about the packet.
Yeah.
So then, in response to attachment amendment A, whatever, the budget proposal, Joanne has some numbers she would like to share, and then I have kind of a counter. We obviously couldn't type it up, but I can give it to you, and then we can see what you want to do.
Sure.
Okay?
Okay. After all these years of doing negotiations, I still hate talking to all of you. Not to all of you, but in front of everybody. Nothing personal. In front of everybody.
Collectively.
So bear with me. The first thing I want to say is, we looked at the numbers you gave us, and just the hours alone that we're working, which I figured out roughly to be about 135 extra hours in the school year, at your next year rate that you're giving us with degree step 7, because I'm only comparing apples to apples, so that's a difference of about a little over $4,000 in pay. So the raise doesn't look quite as good when you're considering that $4,000 of that you'd have to pay us for our extra time worked anyways. Any questions on that? And like I said, that was a rough estimate, not exact. And the other thing is, I know you don't like to compare, we've heard it, but in doing some research, I looked into the secretaries, and I looked into a 10-month secretary who works about the same hours as we do, give or take, especially if we agree to the 7 hours, and they do not need a degree. So the secretaries without a degree, 10-month, max out at $46,647. In aid, at step 7 with no degree, maxes out at $26,471. That's a difference of over $20,000. We work directly with the students. That's a huge gap. And with a degree, the difference is $16,639, another huge gap. So after looking at those numbers, I'd like to know that we're worth a little bit more.
And so with the crunch numbers, we've come back with an idea. We did leave some of the details, like, I understand, you got to crunch things and sometimes you spread things out and all this. So we're kind of giving a parameter idea. Does that make sense? Okay. So we are not a fan of the step 8 idea. We think it just takes people longer, obviously, to work their way up there. We did asking to drop a step, thinking that would help with the with the budgeting and with moving the money around. So we would like to stay at the 7 steps. We would like so year 1 of the contract, step 1, no degree, would start at 35,000 even. You can mess with the percentages all you want, but year 3 of the contract, step 7.
With a degree.
So with a degree, just to make it, I'm just going from end to end here, okay? We are willing to go down to 48,500, but we are no longer willing to consider the PD time. Because, again, a little more than half of the current proposed raise is just in time that we've already sort of conditionally said, with payment would be doable. But if the district is unable to match that, people are still able to make more money outside of here then on those PD days.
So would it be a 181-day year or 182-day?
It would be the 181.
Could I ask a question? So could I ask a question? If there was to be consideration for no PD at all, would the unit be amenable to using some prep time for some training? I just think it's hard for me as a non-educational professional, because I am hearing you when you say you give direct services to students. You're direct with students. So I can't imagine how you've even been doing it without having professional development or having some
Well,
sort
we're
of support.
doing it now.
That's what I'm saying. So,
And I think we're doing a darn good job.
right, I think you're doing a phenomenal job, but I think I also work in a career that, works with people, and it's a changing career, and like you said, you've brought up a lot of examples over the last 10 meetings as to why you need prep time, and the things that you need to learn, and the things that you are responsible for. I can't imagine why you would not want to have opportunity for that. So would that be, would you want to then maybe use some of the prep time or any other time for learning opportunities? I don't know.
I think if the district wants to come up with because I know we've been talking about like the minutes division, right? I know it was specific to the duties, but if there was some other way the district wanted to kind of divide up the minutes that, conditionally we think could work, we would be more than willing to look at that if it was like because teachers do get pulled on occasion for like training things from, it's kind of a pain on admin side, I believe, because you have to like find coverage for all those people, but we do that. So if the district has some way to like divide up the minutes, it's not a not wanting to get the training. People were actually really interested in that first day, like what that would look like, what that could do. There was talks of, maybe that would be great to come up with like some kind of expansion of mentoring, like maybe that would be great to come up with some specifics of, I need this training because I'm going to work with this kid, can I put in for, there was a lot of talk about that. But what it comes down to is we have a population of people who work with extremely vulnerable children whose job could change every year, sometimes multiple times a year, depending on the needs of those students. And they are student-facing every year for the whole time, every day. And a lot of them, a vast majority, are being paid at poverty line. And that is something that is then extremely taxing on them, eventually their job, their families, everything. So I hate to be like maybe I don't hate to be super blunt about it, but the money is a big deal, because if it comes down to, I want to do these PD days for this training, or I can do my second job and I don't have to choose how much food I buy this week, we're obviously going to support the not having to choose how much food you buy this week. Right. So that's just kind of what we've come down to. And so we are trying to meet you on the time thing, because prep is super important, and we are increasing some of the 7 hours and that type of things, but it's not worth it fiscally for the PD time, those set days. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And maybe we can discuss and find some other time that it would work, but.
Yeah. I just think from a committee perspective, I know collectively we put a lot of pressure on administration to just really raise the bar of the educational landscape in the district. So when I think about our negotiations, I want to make sure that the tools are there in place so that as things are evolving in that direction, which is what we all hope, that the tools are there for everybody, all levels, to get the training that people need. I think, I can point to so many of you that have spoken to this point over the past, multiple meetings, so it's hard to now push that all aside and say, no, we don't need it. So tough.
We agree that it's, because I will say, the second first day thing was appealing, but a lot of people have been I'm not going to use the word cobbling along, but have been making their way as it is for quite some time. And so the idea of, it could definitely be better, but I'm used to this kind of thing. I can just keep doing this, especially when we are hoping to bring a lot of unit spots back. We do want people to have equal training, to have equal all these things.
Yeah.
But it's just not, the math just doesn't work.
Yeah, I was just going to respond to your point and piggyback off Ms. Noel there. I think it's important to not, for us, to not paint it as, well, you saw that training was important and now you want to back away from the training. Everything is on, in a pie chart, really, or on a spectrum, and is weighted. And time is part of that weight. And if paid at an appropriate level, our ESPs are willing to spend their time in training. But if they can't be paid at the appropriate level, if you're saying that it can't happen, then our ESPs have to consider the time of training and consider other ways in which they can be paid appropriately, right? So it's not a zero sum that, is kind of been painted. It's we have to go home too, right? And we have to be able to meet our financial obligations. So I just wanted to kind of make that, it's nuanced. It's not, well, you want this and now you don't want that. And I think it's really important to state it, so.
And we are also looking at, with the idea of bringing people into the unit, we want the best people wanting to come and work here. We want people we understand that there's slots to fill, right? With this idea of backing off the outside contractors, we understand there's going to be slots to fill. We want to be as competitive as possible to pull people here. And we have looked at other settled contracts recently, and we don't want to end up behind the curve to attract people here, because we recognize the need and we recognize how important it is, and we want to make sure that these kids get the best people that they can. And being competitive is, to the business sense of it, is very important. Do you want to do the numbers?
Yeah, so I've been feverishly trying to get spreadsheets done in a short amount of time. But basically, for comparison, what the district just offered today and the TTA's proposal from the last time, not this current one, the difference in year one that we would need to make up would be $455-ish.
455, what do you mean?
$455,000 is
Distance
the difference
between us?
between our last proposal before and the district's proposal today. But over the 3 years, it's 625 and some money as well. Our proposal now, year one is at, let's just call it 358,000 difference for year one.
Say that again, I'm sorry?
358,000 over in year one. And it does actually go up in years 2 and years 3 to 639 over the 3 years. So the proposal that we had given to you last time seems to accomplish a lot of what the goals of the district were in terms of PD and the goals of what we're trying to get to, which is having our ESPs at a livable wage. And really, it's going to cost you more to do it this way, and then some, right? With our ESPs getting less professional development or having to kind of cobble it together when there's time during the day. Ultimately, it's up to you, but I think that what we've been trying to say is that there's definitely a floor where people are willing to go to, and we're seeing districts across the state that are lifting up their ESPs and really paying them competitively, and at the district's proposal, it's not competitive. It just isn't. We're gonna get people, I mean, I know people who are driving an hour and a half to get to a job because of the pay, and it's worth it to them to do that. I mean, it's gone are the days where people are just kind of staying within a 20-minute radius of where they live, so.
Right. I'd like to just respond to a data point that you raised about 10-month secretaries here in Tewksbury. Just, this is information that's pulled right from their collective bargaining agreement. They work a 36-hour week, which is 7.2 hours a day. They also work a 220-day work year, just so everybody knows.
So we will be working a 7-hour workday if we agree to this.
Yeah.
And I did look up that they got 20 days of vacation once they're past their 7 years. So I was kind of comparing, I know the numbers aren't exact, but they're similar enough that there shouldn't be a $20,000 difference.
Yeah.
I mean, you can skew the numbers and say, well, they work a tenth of an hour more than you, but $20,000 is a lot of money.
It's almost 100%.
That's almost what I make after 24 years in the district.
I just wanted to.
I know, and I
give you
just
some
wanted-
information.
Answer to
220
that,
days
yes.
for 10 months, and it's all year for 12 months, yeah.
Yeah, 12-month people, it's obviously,
It's
I don't know that
thirds.
that's an apples to apples, really. But if you want to look at 10-month, it's more
Right.
apples to whatever. But yeah, if you back out the vacation, now you're talking 200 workdays. so-
Roseanne, I just want to be clear, the numbers that Joanne had given you were for the 10-month
Yes.
employees.
Right.
They
It
weren't for
was,
the-
yes, I know. We're
They're
saying,
working the same school year as,
No, they're not.
no, they are not.
They're 220
They have
days.
220 days. If
And
you
a
back
longer
out
day.
their,
That's
let me
including
finish
20
my
days of
sentence, let me
vacation.
finish my sentence. If you back out their 20 vacation days, you're left with 200 work days and a 7.2-hour day, which is 1/5 more than 7 hours, right? So, you know,
1/5 of it, yeah.
1/5 of, yeah, an hour. So,
With a degree.
yeah, well, some have degrees, some are entry
It's not
level.
required.
It's not required.
Degree
required.
preferred but not required, that's correct.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying right, wrong, you know, whatever, I'm just giving information to sort of put that in context, what you said.
And I understand that, so let's knock it down to 15,000 more. You know, I mean, it's a lot of money difference.
Huge difference.
It's not, we're talking 5,000, and you say, well, they do work a few more days, and I understand that.
Yes.
so,
Yes.
and I also just want to point out too that their contract is at the same expiration as this one. So I'm assuming you're not giving them a 0% increase in the next 3 years, so that difference would get smaller, right? Like
Well-
they're just going, the other contracts are going to continue to
Well, if you do
increase
percentages
further.
on the offer that's on the table from the school committee to ESPs, they're not being offered a 3% increase on
But
any
But
step.
what we're saying, Joanne, is that what we're proposing for year 3 of what we're talking about right now is not where we're at, where the secretaries are at currently.
I am using the numbers from this year, though,
Yeah.
for both, yes.
Yeah, okay. Yep, all right.
Do you,
Yeah, we should wait, do you guys?
Unless you
have
guys-
oh, no, I was just going to ask if you wanted to take a break for your side.
Did you want to? I do have a point that I think should be brought up, you know, you can obviously decide whether you want to talk about it in caucus or not,
Yeah.
but, and it's tangentially connected to the point that Roseanne was making about like some context. So sometime around January, February, one of our meetings, I specifically asked Mr. Russo and Mr. Montori if the budget for FY '25 was set. And, you know, I sincerely believe in what you had told me. You both told me that, no, it's not. You know, there's a whole process you got to go through. It's got to be vetted by FinCom and various different town boards. It has to be voted on at town meeting. During that time period, from when I asked that question sometime in January, February, and town meeting in May, the district improved their ESP proposal by $1 an hour. As we were going through the financial proposal, Roseanne stated that year one is locked in place because the budget is already set. Now, I have 2 points I'd like to kind of make on that. One is, if this is a negotiation, a fair, true, balanced, whatever the language was that we agreed to in our ground rules, then year one proposal is not locked. We're still negotiating it. And it's very, very disheartening to hear the language that, well, we're stuck on year one because the budget's already set. And when we heard that, the second point I'd like to make is, it makes us feel as though stalling out sincere improvements on the contract only benefited you because now that the budget is set, you can't add any more money. And that's really frustrating and disheartening to hear that language. I'd like to think that year one proposal is not set, while at the same time, you are very much bound by specific numbers, for sure. But I'd like to think that it is not set because we are in a negotiation where year one is not agreed upon.
Want to respond?
Yeah, so Ms. Moore, I just wanted to give you time to make sure
I
that you were all
appreciate
set. No, that's fine. So from my perspective, when we say year one is set, the total appropriation is set. Now, how the district spends that money, if we go up, at some point we went up $1, however, I don't remember exactly the timing of that at this point, but that's coming off of the fact that, okay, instead of, we have whatever the number is in precision HR aides, 70, 75 aides in the district. So when we're rolling those into the district over 3 years, now we potentially don't bring in maybe a couple because we're increasing it on the negotiating side. So, I mean, the pie is set, but how we break that pie up is not what's set, if that's clear.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
Okay.
Just not how it came across.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
I appreciate that clarification.
That's fair.
I think as we think, at least I can speak for myself 100%. When I say our bottom is our bottom, it's because that means I want to come back all 3 years of this contract the exact same way, the exact same staffing, the exact same services. I don't want to cut anything. I don't know if you know that well about me. I don't like cutting anything. I don't like taking anything away. So when I know we're giving something here that has to come away from somewhere else, it kills me to do it. So it doesn't mean I'm not going to, and I wouldn't do it. So it's not set in that way. It's just, if it has to happen, it has to happen. But I want our students to have the same thing they have year to year. I want staff to have the same thing year to year. And so when we go beyond what we've committed to, we have to take away from something else. So that's what I think when we say set, that's what the set means.
Thank you.
I do think, though, Peter's point was we had a moment in which we could have presented to the town a slightly larger pie.
And we did. We went to the town and asked for $5.5 million above our ask, which was in your initial proposal to ask for HVAC, air conditioning.
Sure.
$5.5 million the town agreed to. So it's not that we didn't ask the town for more money. I guess we could have said to you, would you rather it be for salary as a one-time? But we did ask the town for money, and they did give it to us.
I think, though, that's, in a sense, in my perspective, kind of a false equivalency in terms of what we're asking for. We're asking for good conditions for our students and our staff, and we're asking to get ESPs out of poverty and unlivable wages. I think both are fair asks to put forward to the town, and we just feel from our side, with all of the, I guess, kind of pushing that salary only up $1 in that really important time, is that your side didn't quite do that. And I think that's really kind of the point we're making from our end, that we feel that our students and staff deserve both of those things. in a sense.
Okay, thank you, Joe.
Because if I could just say, so, because now I'm starting to feel as if the heating and the air conditioning is more important than me. The secretary is more important than me. That's how I start to feel. I spend more time with your child than you do. Way more time with your child, and your child, and your child.
What, you spend more time with my child
No,
than
I'm
I
just,
do?
I'm just saying that us ESPs spend more time with our students than the parents spend with their students. Because we're with them for 6 hours a day. You know, so our job is extremely important, and we must be very careful and kind and caring and do things precisely and properly and follow all the rules. I just don't, I don't see anybody flocking to Tewksbury to be an ESP. I mean, Andover looks good, Newton looks good, a lot of other towns look really good. I want people flocking to Tewksbury, to work in Tewksbury school system, because we're growing, we're getting so big. At the Special Olympics at the high school, all the DLC children that are coming up, so many of them. And we just want to be recognized as hard workers that do our job, we do it well, and we give a lot.
Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you.
So do you want to take however, I don't know,
15, we'll be back by 2:30.
2:30? Sure.
Yeah.
The motion?
Motion to recess?
Turn it. Say 2:30.
I have to go find it.
guys good?
Yeah.
Okay, and we come back to call to order at 2:35. Thank you for giving us a couple more minutes. Okay, Roseanne?
Yeah, I'm happy to.
Just a few more data points, just, we thought we might.
So I just want to make sure this is, so from my perspective, and I wasn't here 3 years ago when you were negotiating for the ESP contract, but I think one of the things that was recognized 3 years ago was that we were far off initially, and I think the district, coupled with the folks that were on the negotiating team at that point, really tried to make dents and big strides in negotiating that new 3-year cycle, which essentially is concluding now, basically. So from the perspective, we recognize that an ESP that was, say, a new hire at the end of the last contract, so fiscal 21 basically, a new hire was making $13.83 an hour. Extremely low. We recognize that, and that's why we tried to take that into account with this next with the contract cycle that essentially we negotiated 3 years ago now. So that ESP that was at $13.83 with no degree, as a new hire at that point, would now, at the end of the proposed contract that we're working on now, would be at step 7 by the end of the contract, which would be $28.50 an hour, based on our proposal for, what we put out earlier today. It's a 106% increase, just in the hourly rate, not talking about, I understand that there's more hours built into this new cycle, I get that. Just in the hourly rate, $13.83 to $28.50. If we just look at this particular contract now, someone today at, again, take the no degree, actually you could take either no degree or degree, someone that's in step 6 today for this past school year that just ended, making either $21.88 or $24.77 an hour, at the end of the 3 years is going to be, again, under our proposal, would be step 8 technically, would be at the $29.50 or $33 an hour, which is, again, a 36 to 38% raise for the 3 years that we would now be about to embark on. I think last go around, the negotiating teams combined made great strides. At least I think we did. I feel like we did. I feel that this go around, I feel like we've taken another great dent in it, especially when, you do, and I get the ESP role is different in every district. Some work 4-hour days, some work 7-hour days, some work something in between, some have low classification, some have high. It's different. So it's really hard to compare apples to apples across the board. I get that. But I think based on where we're at, this is very competitive given surrounding districts. I don't know, Roseanne, if you want to add anything for Bridget, maybe. I just wanted to speak about some of the percentages I thought was important to clarify.
Rich, what districts did you compare to?
So, quickly, from my perspective, I looked at Wilmington for next year. I looked at Billerica for next year. I looked at North Andover for next year. I excluded Lowell and Andover, a little more city-ish, if you will. I'm sorry? Drake and Chelmsford. And this was if they settled, if they had a contract for fiscal 25. I think the one thing that stuck out to me in a lot of those districts was many of them went to step 10, step 11, step 12. So again, a little hard to compare apples to apples. Takes a little longer to get there. I know that was something that with the step 8 that we talked about, you guys weren't really 100% comfortable with that. So if I looked at sort of step 7 to step 7, and again, I don't know if that's necessarily a fair comparison, but we're ahead of the curve for next year in all of those. At least for the ones that I was able to see, again, Wilmington, Billerica, North Andover, Chelmsford, and Drake.
And I think when we added step 8, we also added step 8, which was an additional increase, but it also, the longevity kicks in as well at step 8. So typically, I think there was longevity was after you exhausted your steps. So
Step
we
seven,
didn't.
right.
Yeah, so we didn't change that. So you would still have your longevity and the increase of step 8. So there's kind of
It's
a,
in longevity.
Yeah, and there's a bump in longevity, as you know, that we've, I think, tentatively agreed to
Yes.
as part of our respective packages. So I think with that, the district, I don't know if you have anything else to respond to with respect to our proposal at this time?
You mean about the pack, you mean the,
Yeah, the
this part?
package proposal, yeah.
You did clarify the part about the duties, but we were gonna have to, we didn't quite dive into that yet now that we're looking at the time to money buyout, but.
Yep.
And then we also, I'm just gonna mention it for the sake of it, we're dealing with number 12, which is the parental leave as part of the teacher session. So that's why I'm not responding to it.
Yep. Okay. So I think the bottom line for the school committee right now is we're maintaining our proposal as distributed earlier in our session. And I don't know if you have anything else at this point, if you want to caucus or...
I don't have anything new. However, if we're holding to this as the latest, we're going to have to start looking at how other time is laid out here, because as frankly excited about the idea of having like prep time and more time to be with the staff to kind of talk over what kids need and all these types of things, we're going to be in a better spot, but not the spot we need for people to not be looking at, this is cutting into my second job, this is cutting into more time. I do want to, just to Rich's point, because he mentioned it last time and I was here last time, I do think that there were gains made in the last negotiation cycle. That being said, making gains from a deficit is just trying to become flat. It was a real effort to get the fact that we have lanes. And I know that even predates me trying to, because the job descriptions were just outdated, right? That was a real uphill battle. It was a real uphill battle to get them equally distributed. It was complicated to try and get stipends for education, to decide what degree meant, all these types of things. So while I do think what we have now is much more modern, I think the system is a bit more up to date, digging yourself out of a hole is admirable and is good and is something we all want to work towards, but then you're just digging to the ground. Like, you're just trying to reach up to the ground. And if that's where you are at the end of something, that's still not good. Like, that's not really great. And so I think that is kind of where we're coming from, is in a lot of ways we have made progress, but I'm just going to use the number that you used. 106% increase from below poverty, if that doesn't get you above poverty, is at the end of the day still poverty. And people are working kind of the best hours of the day to have a well-paying job, working with vulnerable children, having to work a second job to make up the difference. And, I guess I am going to say it, like, we don't want to be the Walmart of districts where people are working full, like, all the hours of the day and they still need assistance or they still need a second or third job. And so this is not, I want to give credit to what you said. Yes, good work has been done, but we are still looking for us to be competitive all around and a more modern kind of system, I guess is my point.
So competitive to whom? Because again, based on the districts and the comps that I'm seeing, we are competitive. So I don't want this false narrative to be out there that we're not.
I think that one big difference is that we are, and we truly do believe in the district's,
Sure.
I'll call it a pledge, to limit outside contracts.
Yep.
I don't know, actually I'm pretty sure, none of those other districts are going to have something like that. So we are actually going to be competing much more heavily for personnel, for people. And so that is something where if you're looking at the table and everything is, oh, that's the same, oh, that's the same, oh, that's the same, but we have more spots to fill more urgently for these vulnerable kids, we actually need something that's a little bit better, because we need to pull more people out of the applicant pool, if that makes sense. So when we say competing, and a lot of people today are not leaving education necessarily for other districts, they're leaving education for private, like companies. And I understand that as a public institute, we can't really compete with private equity, but it kind of sucks we are, like, that's where we are. And so we need to look at that and look at the fact that we need to pull, I'm hoping, a whole bunch of really good qualified people in to be ESPs. So we don't have to kind of roll the dice on the outside contracts, if that makes sense.
Yep.
To kind of answer your question, competitive compared to who, I think it's more than fair. Just pulling up
Yep.
North Andover's,
Yep.
their aides, their para ESP schedule is based on the 6.5-hour day.
Yep.
And it tops out at 48.1.
Yep.
So, again, more steps, not ideal.
No, correct,
right?
correct.
Absolutely. And their starting level is significantly lower than what the district has offered. So again, a tip to the cap.
Sure.
To where you're starting. But we think there's a middle ground there.
Sure.
That, at least based on what we just heard,
So,
we can't really get to.
okay, so can I ask, maybe then just a follow-up to that, Peter? So we introduced the concept of adding step 8. You guys came back and said, we're not interested. Okay, fair enough. Would you guys be amenable to thinking about, going back to seeing, okay, is it step 8, step 9? I'm not suggesting that we will, and to be fair, we didn't talk about that in caucus. But, I mean, you mentioned that North Andover, okay, yes, 48.1, 58 in fiscal 26. Takes them 12 years to get there. Now, I get it. Some people have been here way longer than 12 years. Totally understand and recognize that. Again, so that's why I went back to the comment of saying it's hard to compare apples to apples. I understand the point of what you're trying to do is try to get to that sort of high end by the end of, say, year 3, let's say. I don't know. I mean, when you guys came back and said that we're not interested in step 8, it was, we're not interested. There was no counter to that. So
Well, I think there was,
Well,
because like we gave the parameters, right?
Right, and we did originally, like our first proposal was cutting step 7
Sure.
in year 2 and 3. And so, and we understand that plus the raise, plus what we were seeking as a living wage may have been a bit much. So yes, we agreed to do the 7. I think to put in perspective of just why staff members don't love adding steps, right? It's not just that it takes you some time to get to that number. It's that, let's just use the proposal you have here.
Sure.
With a degree, $42,000, so that's your proposed step 8 with a degree. That is entry level in a lot of fields, Now, we can argue about well, you need all this experience. You don't really, but $42,000 is entry level in a lot of fields.
For an
And
8-hour-a-day, full-year position.
Well, I would argue that the work being done is a little bit different. The higher caliber of the work is different than just.
Well, hold on. Can I make a point? Because I brought up the whole thing about police officers and fire about 3 meetings ago, and Dina said we can't compare the two. So we either can compare the two or we can't compare the two. I hear what you're saying. I really, really do.
I was just trying to explain why people who have steps in their contract, in general, why they're not a fan of adding them. That's why. I'm not trying to compare. I'm just saying that then when you look at it, it looks like it takes forever. Like, that is really why. I'm not trying to necessarily compare. I'm just saying, in general, that is why people on contracts that have steps are not a fan of adding steps.
Understood.
Okay.
Understood.
Rich,
And
you
on the
asked-
flip side, if you're at the top step, you want steps added.
Well, I don't agree. I don't agree that you want steps added.
You're on
Maxed
top
out on
step?
steps. I don't need.
What you want, I think, what any employee wants is they want to raise commensurate with their value and their production, right? And that's not necessarily tied to the amount of time that you spend in the place that you do it. But Rich, you had asked me a question.
Yeah, sure.
You said something to the effect of like, we came back with rejecting the step and,
Yep.
you hadn't talked about it in caucus.
Yeah.
And I was just going to say, again, we haven't talked about this either, but the money that you allocated to step 8
Yep.
suggests that you can afford it, right? Because if you thought you couldn't afford it, you probably wouldn't offer it. And so, we're certainly amenable to a number around there, right? I think we countered with more.
Yep.
Without the step. And, you're offering the step and the money. So I think we both agree that the money is there, you just don't want the added year to tie us to it, so.
Well, some of the reason of adding the step is about retention and wanting people to stay, and wanting people to stay that additional time to get the money. So that's the purpose of the step. I mean, you want people to not just come to Tewksbury, but you want people to stay in Tewksbury. And so sometimes when you get to the top step, you know, there's no incentive to stay. Sometimes the biggest incentive to get the biggest raise sometimes is, like you're saying, is to leave. Not just this job, but any job. And that's what we're seeing a lot, I think, culturally. You know, my parents' generation, they stayed in their job forever. So it's a different culture shift. And by adding that step is saying, we'd like you to stay at least another year. Like, you know, we'd like you to stay in Tewksbury. So,
Right, but like if you added that money to the next year, they'd get it anyways without the year, right? Like, you know, if you're just constantly adding the money to the bottom step, or the top step, whatever you want to call it, well, there's your incentive. Your incentive isn't the added year, your incentive to the employee is the money, right? And you're requiring an added year, but that's not necessarily what is appealing, right? The appeal is the finance.
I feel like we're getting into the weeds too about this step, right? Like just overall financially, you know, the argument we kind of are hearing right now is, you know, these most districts that you've looked at aren't doing this. But I guess the question is, are we not going to talk about how to get even that much closer to living wage because Wilmington doesn't do it, or is it because you guys can't do it? Like, I think we need to kind of we are willing to bargain still here, and. You know, there are districts that are cutting steps and getting to living wage. Greater Lowell just did it, for instance, right? But like we said, we're Tewksbury, and I think these people in Tewksbury deserve a living wage, and our kids deserve fine educators and fine paraprofessionals who are ready to, that are being attracted here and staying here. So I guess that's kind of where I think we're all kind of, you know, getting to the weeds with the extra step 8 and all this, but this is our biggest last thing for ESPs to get to a deal. So I guess not a question that needs to be answered right now, but a question just to ponder in caucus and such.
That's fair, Connor, and I think, I feel like we're still, I mean, if you compare the 48.5, if I heard you right, Emily, before we caucus, 48.5 was with a degree in year 3, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Compared to where we are at with our proposal of, again, 42.5, for example. Let's just say step 8 for a second here.
Yep.
We're $6,000 off in terms of an annual salary for the highest stepped ESPs. Again, just using round numbers, you know, $6,000 times however many ESPs are in that step, coupled with the fact that we're going to also bring in ESPs, some from Precision HR, whatever, how, you know, the district will hire.
Yep.
It just seems like we're still so far away, and the only way to make that up is to potentially not bring as many ESPs into the unit, which goes against what we're trying to accomplish.
I have
Yeah,
two
please.
things. Can I ask you, and this might have been answered at a meeting that I wasn't at,
okay.
how much per Precision, whatever the company is, how much per staff member are you paying, is the district paying to the company? Not that the person is making, but how much do you pay to the company per person?
We can answer that off the top of our heads.
Yeah,
We'll have to,
yeah, I think, I mean, we have the total, though. Can we divide it
They
by?
have a menu in their contract.
Right.
I think you.
There's a menu of like different
have
people
that.
you can hire
You
from.
provided that way before the beginning of
Correct.
negotiations in response to your information request.
I was just asking the question to try, just to your point
I don't know if we're
of,
talking-
we're going to be hiring people to replace them. It's
Right.
probably not going to be because they're making way less than what our people are making. That is going to be a cost to the district. In reality, we're probably
more.
paying the company more
The other way around.
people.
I think it's the other way around because,
In any other district that they're hiring, we're paying more to the company than we would be to.
so with here, if you factor in all the benefit piece that go with it, it would actually be more compared to the salary table that we have here proposed.
That's a cost that often goes, but I know we're not discussing that, but coming onto the town contract, there's also the benefit in the cost to the town for the health insurance.
Correct.
I mean, we don't break that down per
I don't know
person,
how
but if
many
we wanted it, we
ESPs are taking
certainly
the health
could.
insurance, though.
I'm
How
sorry.
many ESPs are taking the health insurance, though?
How many
many
are taking the
ESPs?
health insurance? Do we have
Here
that?
in the district, I don't have that number, but what I'm saying is that's on the contractor. That would now become a cost to the town.
Sure, but I
a
can
bet.
only
I
imagine
think we get
that
what you're saying is, at the end of the day, the net,
it's not going to be a significant difference.
But I think the point.
I
Go ahead,
just,
Dina.
my other point, though, was that between even the proposal that we had given to you last time and the proposal that we had given to you just now, I think I had given you those numbers of the difference over the 3 years. And looking at the total budget for the schools, the difference over the 3 years, assuming that the budget increases by 3% each year over 3 years, might be more, might be less, I don't know. What we're trying to make up is less than 0.28% of the total budget to get ESPs to a living wage,
Based on your latest proposal.
based on our latest proposal and even on the proposal before, because over the 3 years, we were still not that far apart. It came out to about 625 for the previous proposal and 638 or 639 for this proposal
Yeah.
over the 3 years.
I guess from my perspective, if you sent it, I apologize. I didn't look at it while we were caucusing.
I sent it to Rosie.
You did, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, because what we handed out earlier today showed a difference between the proposals. Again, I understand that you came back with an altered proposal, so this doesn't factor that in, obviously. But this contract cost difference is about 2.6 million over the 3 years. So again, I understand that number's a little smaller now. I get that, because,
Well, but again, your costing proposals that you keep putting out is not just salaries, it's all of the other things that we haven't yet come to a tentative
sure, this is
agreement on
taken into
or
account for
not.
longevity and
So
other
it
things.
includes
Yep.
longevity, it includes, I'm assuming your costing of the parental leave, however much I disagree
Yep.
with the way that that has been costed.
That's fair.
The step-up stuff, like all of that.
That's fair.
has
That's
been put
understood.
To that, so
Understood.
it's not, what I'm telling you is just salaries.
Yeah, understood.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So I actually think I have the HR printout. Dave, could you tell me if this looks right or not? Like if this seems to be, like, because I think this one was signed in last year, so I don't know if it's changed, but if I give you this, can you tell me, like, take a little bit and tell me if it's right? Just asking, I'm just trying to see if you have it.
It's very variable depending on the number of one-to-one aides we need at any given time during the year.
Right, okay, so for last year, though, this looks right, okay. So that would be, yeah, so it seems as though for last year, granted, things probably changed over the, kids' needs and whatever changed, but the district originally agreed to pay for 70,200 hours, which is $1.8 million.
Correct.
To
That sounds
HR.
right.
That seems right.
That sounds right, yeah.
It's probably, although granted, it's probably more than that because kids usually gain and not
Yeah.
lose ESPs. Okay.
But yeah, call it around 2 million, let's say.
Yeah,
Sounds about
okay.
right. Yep.
And last conversation I had with Precision HR, we had 72 individuals with them.
72 people. Okay. Oh, yeah, so that would be a little bit more. Okay, cool.
Okay. Is there anything else, or are we comfortable adjourning?
I think I'm okay. I think we're okay.
Good. On our end? Good.
Yep.
Okay, so it's 3 o'clock and we can adjourn the ESPs. Do we feel like we need the 30-minute break, 10-minute break,
I'd be happy to truck ahead.
just move right on?
Yeah, let's take
take
maybe a
five.
5-minute break.
5 minutes.
Yeah, that's okay.
There you can use the restroom.
If anybody needs more than 5, just.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you.
A motion to recess for a few minutes.
5 minutes.
We can just sit if we want.
We come back now with teachers into open session at 3:15.
Alrighty. I just took the liberty of distributing a document. I don't know if you guys wanted to go first, or if you don't mind if we.
I had one simple response. I asked the counselors regarding the PLC, and they tentatively agreed to it, so they'll do the same 0.5 that the special educators are doing.
Okay.
Yep.
I think the way that we've worded our updated PLC proposal was the district-wide school counselor at 0.5.
Say it again. Sorry.
I'm feeling your pain. The page 3 of what we just distributed, we have, at the high school, there's the 1.0 special ed PLC facilitator. At the individual schools, other than high school, there's a 0.5 special ed PLC facilitator. Then there's a district-wide school counselor PLC facilitator at a 0.5, because they're going to meet half with, content and half with their.
Or associated, I don't know,
Yeah.
groups, yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's why you kind of sold it to them. That's what I told them.
Okay.
Yeah,
Got it,
Yep.
okay. All right, so there you go. So the handout with all the yellow, you're probably wondering, like, what is this, right? We'll explain. We'll just walk through the green type, that's where our prior proposal changed to now. So we did adopt a modified version of what you proposed about the association president and superintendent, well, we said superintendent instead of district, meeting to develop a side letter regarding association president release time. And then, if there's no questions, I'll just keep going.
That's great.
Is that all right? So the starting, stopping times, you'll see that the high school in the Win is at the 30-10. I'm going to screw this up, the 30-10. Upper elementary, doing Heathbrook. And I know that this is not exactly what you had proposed, but I think that the concern, once again, is that the district wants to make sure that the transportation, there's enough supervision. So they're going to start the year with the 20-20 split. Is that right? But you'll see on the next page, after 30 school days, the superintendent and association president will review the starting and stopping times and see if, for teachers, and see if they can be revised while still making sure that arrivals and departures are covered adequately.
Can I comment already?
Sure.
This is not even going to allow us to do PLCs in the morning.
Is that true?
This is, it only gives us 20 minutes inside of contract to get that accomplished. This is not
The
feasible.
PLC can be out of the, it was
As can extra help, and yes, I know.
an
but-
hour in, it's an hour out. Our PLC, our extra help.
So if we wanted PLC inside contract, we have to do 3 mornings of 20 minutes?
I think that some people split. They might do 40 and 20 PLC, and then 40 and 20 extra help and parent communication or whatever. So I think it's about the way you divvy up and make that hour.
That's going to make it a lot more complicated.
Some people on the 30 and 10 do 30 out, 30 in. They do it all 1 hour, 30 out of contract, 30 in, and then they do their extra help after students leave, 30 and 30. I mean,
Yep, and
it's,
now that makes it more difficult for us to do it in the afternoon too, because now we have to stay even later. This is going to be very difficult. I just wanted to immediately put that out there.
I guess my question is, we've always done, since I've been here, 20 before, 30 before, 10 after. I'm not sure I understand why the push now.
that's actually, it's only-
Because technically, you claim that that time is our time, but now we're saying we need to be there for buses. So I'm just kind of confused, I guess.
Our morning time is being shortened to spend more time on duty. That takes away from extra help, PLC, and our time on mornings we didn't have duty and whatnot. That's exactly what this is doing.
Hold on a second. The total amount of duty time that any teacher will be called upon to perform is not being increased.
So, I mean, it is what it is now.
It is, though, because if you're saying that we have to stay later in the afternoon, 20 minutes now, to make sure buses are gone, then that is increased duty time and decreased morning time.
Well, it's
Cut and
not
dry.
a net increase, though, is what I'm saying.
It's a net increase of duty time and a net loss of any of our prep time, PLC time, all of that. It just is.
In
There's,
the effectiveness, honestly, of the morning time versus the afternoon, if the kids are gone and there's 15 minutes left that I have to just stay there, my effectiveness at that point in the day is completely different than my effectiveness in the morning before school starts. So I just don't understand why the 10 minutes is such a problem at the end of the day, because right now, we're making it work. So I don't know why we have to add another whole 10 minutes.
Sure, I just wanted to clarify something, Brandy. I'm not sure how long you've been with the district, but I think it's been a while.
22 years, yeah.
Okay, well, we were always 20 and 20. We were 20 before and 20 after. It's only in the last, I want to say, even the 2 contracts, we went to 30-10.
I think the latest I've ever gotten out was 320 as in my teacher contract.
Well, the student day may have shifted, but it used to be 20 and 20 before. But nonetheless, I mean, and I think your point on whether you're a morning or afternoon person is personal, you know, to not only teachers, but students. And the principals just are really, this really, we have to tell you, we gave this a lot of conversation, and the principals are just nervous that we saw the way this year started, that we need it now.
But teachers stay.
And revisit.
Like, I don't know any teacher at my school anyway, and it's elementary, that goes home as soon as the contract is over, the first 30 days of school. Because we know that we have to cover these children, and we do it out of respect for our principal, for the district, for the kids, and we stay. So I feel like this just, I don't know. We would stay anyway because that's just who we are. So to now memorialize it in a contract when we would probably be doing it anyway, it just, 3:30 is, it's a lot later than what we're used to. And it does affect after-school things that I just don't understand why we can't shift that. I don't know.
So, to your point, I mean, we did add language in. We're trying to balance the concerns of the building principals right now, not knowing how next year is going to roll out, versus the concerns that you just raised. So what we came up with is, let's start the year with this, but at the conclusion of 30 school days, the association president, this is our proposal, the association president and the superintendent will sit down and look at it. And if, as you have predicted, you can do the 30-10, and it's better because all that time that you just mentioned, Emily, works better with a 30-10, then the parties are free to adjust back to that, back to what you want.
Do you anticipate this just being an issue for K-4? K-4?
we didn't even
Or just
have
the
an issue
K-2?
really this year at the Heathbrook, to be perfectly honest.
2 to 4 was the one that really struggled with it, center school, but doing in Heathbrook, no.
So I'm saying just, but these times,
Oh, doing is also?
The buses were not coming last, two late buses weren't showing up between 3:25 and 3:30.
Right, it was not only a,
If something ever happened to a bus, it could have been even later. So there's
Again,
an issue.
Yeah, so, as you know, we've talked about this, there's a lot of moving parts, and we're trying our best to make sure they all work, but there's going to be some situations that are not going to be ideal for a group of people, maybe for an individual person, but there's an opportunity for the president and for the superintendent to sit down and say, okay, how's it been going? Where can we tweak it to make it work better?
Just to simply just move on from this,
Yeah.
This is a hard pill to swallow. So, you know, we worked out the center school issue, we could work out the doing issue, we worked it out collaboratively, which went really well, but let's just move on because I think we've all belabored our points here.
Sure. We talked about the PLCs on page 3, so we can move on from that.
No.
So the next change you'll see is on page 13, where we've agreed to some version of the language 2 points that you raised for the DLCs, which is, obviously, if a DLC teacher is doing duty, transportation duty, for lack of a better term, they've discharged their duty, so they're out of the rotation that everybody else. They sort of have their own separate rotation, if you will, for duties. And then the other one that you had proposed that we gave a response that spoke to it was if someone has to take release time to observe and visit sending or receiving schools, there will be time afforded, adequate time afforded. And of course, it has to be, the DLC teacher should run it by the principal and make sure that the time is approved in advance. But the contract does obligate the district to provide that adequate release time, so there's your protection for that. Moving on, unless anyone has any questions. We also made a slight change on the March release time for the special education teachers. It occurred to us that since we do not have a district-wide special ed PLC facilitator under our tentative agreement, we had to reword that. So what we came up with is the special ed PLC facilitators will just collaborate with each other about running that March transition meeting. And if there are no questions, we'll move on. Page 17, we just memorialized the longevity proposal that we made last time. And then going up, should be in green, moving up to the adding dollars to specific cells on page 17. While we maintain the percent increases, we did agree to an adjustment to certain columns, if you will. These three columns are where the majority of teachers reside, and will reside over the progression of the contract. I think, Rich, you actually have the exact number, which now escapes me.
It was like 150, it was like half
It's
the
a little more than half of the teachers. And this is where this handy-dandy handout, we wanted to reference a little bit. Highest lane, that's not where we're going to make a proposal.
No, do you have an extra?
I do. We're competitive on highest lane. In fact, we have a higher highest lane than many other districts. But I don't want to concentrate on the bachelors too much either, because you see the highest step bachelors. We don't want anybody at highest step bachelors. You should be off bachelors by step 5 or step 6 anyway, because you're supposed to get your master's, as you know, within 5 years of your teaching on your license. So let's look at the masters, the middle piece. As you'll see, one of the adjustments we're making is to master's step 10, because it looks like the higher step could use a bump, to be honest with you, where you are at. And then master's 15, step 10, adding 750, and master's 30, step 10, adding 1,000. Those two, master's 15 and master's 30, are not represented here, and I think it's only because we really didn't have any data to pull, because many districts don't even have those columns. So that being said, we thought it made sense, though, because many teachers, as we said, these three collective cells seem to be where most people reside, so we made the adjustments to those three. So that's our movement from where we were at last time. And I believe those are the substance of our changes that we made from the last meeting. And while you guys deliberate, if you want, we can deliberate on what you just mentioned about the starting and stopping times. I see that as still a sore spot.
Can I put one thing on the starting and stopping? This is not like a need to change anything on the paper. I am just saying, as like a on-the-record thing, there isn't a daycare in town that accepts child drop-off before 7 a.m. So I've had people check. So if you are a person in town trying to take advantage of daycare, it is literally impossible to drop off your child at 7 and be at school at 7. So I'm just saying the district might want to consider that there are certain people, there's a certain like demographic that it won't work for. Do you know what I mean? I'm not saying that it necessarily, I don't know the demographic, like how big it is, so I don't know if it justifies a change, but for in-town daycare, nothing allows drop-off before 7 unless you're gonna pay for it. I think that includes Alphabets, but I could be wrong.
Alphabets is 6:45.
Alphabets.
This past school year, what was the reporting time for,
It's 7 o'clock now.
It was 7:05. It was 7:05 this time, and it was still quite tight.
It was 7:05 at the Win, it's 7 o'clock at the high school. There was a 5-minute
Difference, I think, yeah.
Wait, say that again?
7 o'clock
7 at the
starting
high
time at the high school, 7:05 at the Win, just because of the 5-minute variance to get all the buses.
It was 7:10 at the one.
7:10? All right.
7:10.
under the current contract,
But the school day started at 7:40,
right.
the student day.
But it was
Right.
7:35.
This year was the one that was a little off of the actual.
Yeah, no, it's not in the contract
Right,
properly,
right,
it's on the calendar.
I was just saying that if in fact 7 is the start time for the high school and the middle school, I'm just saying
Yeah.
the morning might be hard for people with small children.
Yeah.
We're doing daycare.
We're just honestly,
That's it.
from my perspective, hoping that principals can show a little.
Yeah, that's kind of it. I just want to put it on the record that that is like a known thing. And principals, at least at our building, have, like, John's been really great about that, but I just want to, if 7 is going to stay the time, I just want to point that out.
I'd like to just point out a couple kind of percentage comparisons for context. Since FY '21, the Office of the Superintendent, so not necessarily this current superintendent, but the Office of the Superintendent's salary has increased 15.01%,
Since when?
fiscal year '21.
Office of Superintendent
Correct.
salary
Yep. The position,
has increased by what now?
15.01%.
Okay.
If we include the Office of the Assistant Superintendent, all building principals as being district leadership, the overall percentage change since FY '21 is, sorry, for non-student facing positions. So that does include, yeah, district leadership and whatnot.
Non-student facing administrators, you mean?
Non-student facing administrators, thank you, yes. The salary has increased since fiscal '21, 4.99%. Obviously, the Office of the Superintendent position is carrying a lot of that.
I'm sorry, you said 4.99%?
Correct.
Over
Since fiscal '21.
these collectively, non-student facing positions have increased 4.99 over since '21,
Yep.
including the superintendent
Correct.
position? You
Correct.
said Office of the Superintendent position.
It's
You mean
15.
what's been budgeted for the
No,
superintendent?
I mean, it's been different people in the Office of the Superintendent.
got you.
Right?
All right.
So it's been different people in that position, but that position, the salary has been allocated at 15.01%.
Got you.
More specifically, since fiscal '21, as an employee in the district, Ms. Regan's salary has increased 34.89%. Now, granted, her responsibilities have significantly increased as well.
With the promotion to superintendent, you mean?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, just making sure.
Her responsibilities have increased
If you work a different
significantly
job,
as
you
well.
get a different salary. Are you comparing her superintendent salary to her
No, I'm
assistant
saying
superintendent?
as an employee in the town, her salary's increased 34.89%. I am noting that her responsibilities have also increased.
Her assignment has changed.
Her
She was the-
responsibilities have also increased, correct?
She was an assistant superintendent, and now she's the superintendent.
I agree.
So, I don't know, what are you getting at, I think is my question.
I'm noting the percentage change in an employee in the town.
Okay,
Okay.
all right.
If we go a little bit further and we start looking at percentage changes, student enrollment has remained relatively flat in the entire district. I think we've increased by like a little less than 1%.
Overall, yeah.
But when parents have a choice, once they get to the high school, enrollment decreases since FY '21 by a little less than 13%, 12.95%.
Are you talking about the high school now? Is that what you
High
just said?
school
The high
enrollment.
school?
Correct. When parents have a choice of public school to attend, like they live in this town, but they only have one choice up until 8th grade
Yeah,
of public
yeah.
school. But once they have a choice,
Of whether they send them, they can enroll
Right.
them or apply to.
Which actually,
charter.
there's charter schools starting at 5th grade that they can attend.
In lower grades.
School choice, yeah. They can go to a school choice district too. But go ahead, sorry.
So I bring it all up to just kind of note that the salary for educators hasn't, your salary proposal hasn't changed at all since your initial. Your hours have changed, but your actual allocation of funds hasn't changed at all. But it seems as though when you allocate funds to positions of superintendent, district leadership, those come pretty quickly. Like the Office of Assistant Superintendent since '21 has increased 6.1%. Building principals has increased a little less than that, 3.4%. And yet, you seemingly won't move off of 3%, but for other positions you do. And for other people you do. And it's really frustrating after, is this 12 or 11 or 12 meetings, that we see zero movement of money on the district prior to the time when you could do it, right? Based on your language, like you had an opportunity to do it prior to your baseline being set, and you just won't do it. And it's really, really frustrating.
Peter, those increases, are those separate from COLA?
Excuse me?
Those increases that you're talking about?
Yeah.
Because the contracts I've been a part of, those increases are typically the same COLA increases that were given to teachers as well.
Right.
Which ones?
When you talk about the 4.99% increase?
Of district leadership, yeah.
Yeah, so were those increases separate from COLA? Or is that the COLA?
I don't know if it's a COLA. I went into those specific contracts because we asked for that, I think, back in October
So,
of
and I
23.
think,
I went into those specific contracts and I pulled out
Yeah.
the salary differences.
I would
blotted them
urge you
all.
to compare that then side by side with the teachers, because I think my recollection is that those increases were comparable to the same COLA increases that were given to the teachers.
Yeah, not always. Like with school leadership, with building leadership, I should say, yeah, they're pretty close. But, the Office of the Superintendent increased from FY23 to FY23 alone, from FY22 to FY23, a 10.22% increase. Right, and I think, again, at that time, the school committee said like, well, we need to raise it to make it more competitive, but like, for a district our size, that's wildly competitive, that's overcompensating when you consider our size and other superintendents in the district, in the state, who make similar amount in wages, and their districts are 2 times the size of ours.
You know how many assistant superintendents they have? Some have, 2 or 3 assistant superintendents as well. So it's hard to do apples to apples.
Entire department of directors.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, and some have like folks,
I
you'll see
think
they have directors.
the comparison is that we talked about this with the aides, and now we're talking about it with the teachers. When it comes to allocating raises to people who work directly with children, it feels like pulling teeth. But when it comes to allocating raises to people who don't work directly with children, I don't know what that fight is like. I'm not in those negotiations, and you are. But the end result is significantly bigger, and that needs to be noted.
I might be wrong, and I don't have the numbers like you do. The COLA raise in the last contract was 7.5?
Right.
It was
7.5 in the last contract?
Plus there was some market adjustments.
And then market
There was
adjustments.
some market adjustments as well.
And then what we're offering now, which is over 9, I think I would prefer to hear if there are significant increases that you feel are astronomical outside of the same COLA that district-wide is being offered to everybody.
I think it's important to note the master's $30,000 bump on that cell, that's over 10%.
And I'm also wondering, and I haven't seen any of these contracts individually or any units that you might be including, like the tag unit. Do they have steps and lanes too?
Most recently.
Yeah. Like if
They
you
did not.
costed out the entire
time.
cost of contract that the school committee is proposing, it's more than a 3.0%, because step and lane movement accounts, it drives that number higher. So I just don't, I'm trying to visualize the comparison here, and I'm losing you.
Well, the comparison is, for employees who don't work directly with kids, they average almost 5% raise since FY '21.
So can we also compare then the step movement that you get? Because you guys don't like to do that either, Peter.
Right,
So
so
you
with
talk
the
about
step
3%.
movement, it's a
Right.
great point. With the step movement,
Right.
that's a decision on the district to slow roll an employee's salary.
I think what Rich was trying to say is if you take, I don't know, the non-student facing administrators that you referred to and see whether their contracts have step movement as well, which might result in that 4.99 that you just raised. I don't know. It's just, we need more information, I guess, to parse out what you're trying to say to us.
able to get that?
I think for the student-facing Masters 30, it's over 10%, right on the cell, then 3.
3%,
So that's 13% in 1 year,
For
facing teachers.
less than, what, 20% of the district?
Oh, no,
More than half.
that's a lot of people on
For
that.
the-
Getting that.
We have 64
Can I
employees
just-
on step 10 masters.
Is the district saying you don't know whether or not the contracts you have with administrators or non-student facing positions outside of these units have step raises?
I'm telling you, me as the
I know, but
attorney
nobody's
sitting
answered
here, I'm
you
not
over there
involved in
yet
their
either,
negotiations
so-
with TAG right now, so I don't know off the top of my head if they have a salary scale.
Not as robust, but
Yeah.
not with this many.
Yeah.
I have
And not as many steps, but
I looked through every administrative
differential.
contract. I didn't see district, not building principal. I looked through those too, but I'm talking about district administrators not in schools.
Yeah.
I didn't see a single step mentioned. I saw longevity.
Oh, you didn't look at the TAG contract?
No, he's talking specifically about people at central office. Is that
Oh,
fair?
I see, okay, sorry.
some of them are tag.
Okay, all right, fine. Okay.
And they have steps, and there's salary dip.
My last point is CPI in 2024 is 3.4%. Average annual wage growth from 2023 to 2024 is 4.5%. So the average annual wage growth in the United States is 4.5%. CPI is 3.4% for 2024. A 3% offer is a net loss for every single employee. It just is.
Even those progressing along the steps and lanes, it's not. I disagree with you.
Fundamentally, I understand what you're saying, fundamentally, but equally, if we're going to play that game, which we don't want to play, because 10 years ago, when CPI was less than 1, we were giving more than 1% raises at that time. So we don't want to play that game. We recognize, I recognize anyway, and I won't speak for everybody up here, but I recognize that CPI inflation has been up, say the last 3, maybe even 4 years potentially, right? It's come down from where maybe the peak was 3 years ago, maybe whatever it was. So I understand why everybody, not just people in this room, everybody is feeling the pinch, including taxpayers. So I think, and again, you can look at it 55 million different ways. If you were to go back more than 3 years ago, because it's come up in this room a couple times, let's go back to when, there was a 0% raise or there was pay cuts initiated. If you go back and look at CPI since then, I think we're actually ahead of the curve.
We're not, but we
might be close. Okay. And listen, I understand, and that's why to me that game is a dangerous game.
Well, when you're not ahead, yeah, it's dangerous for you, I agree.
Again,
not dangerous for us.
So I did want to interject here just slightly. We went back to 2003 and we looked at contracts the way back. And then we used the Social Security Administration's wage index for wage change.
Yeah.
And we found that over the course of the last 20 or so years, I think it's more like 21 now, that the average American increased their wage by about 91.85%, while TTA members were at 68.68%. So we do see a pretty significant change where the American population overall, that's across the nation, has made larger strides than members in our unit. And I don't want to really call any of it really a game, right? Because this is people's livelihoods on the line. It seems that we are in a position where we've been behind the 8 ball now for quite some time, even in those years in which we didn't receive 0.
And Josh, just to clarify, when you say 91%, are you just referring to education specifically, or are you just talking across the board?
Generally across the board, yep.
Public and private sector?
That's correct.
I think it's important to note, too, this chart that we handed out was more of an exercise for us to see kind of where we're at and how competitive we are. At the end of the day, it's about what does Tewksbury have? What do we have in this town? So regardless of where we fall on this, we want to be competitive, but we have what we have. So.
Can I ask one clarifying question about this?
Please, yeah.
So, like, I don't know off the top of my head, like, how many steps Billerica, North Andover, like, how many steps they have.
Right.
These, I assuming, are just towns that, like, the state would compare us to, like, similar towns or whatever. You didn't compare everybody's, like, step 9, right? This is just whatever the highest step
Whatever their
was
highest step was. It
in
could have been
their
10, it could have been 15, it could have, whatever.
Okay, cool. Thank you. That was-
Emily, I know that data is something we provide at the end of the year state report.
Okay.
They ask us salary data.
Okay.
Every district provides the lowest, the bachelor's, the master's, and the highest step.
Okay.
And everyone does the lowest step, step 5, and the highest step.
Oh, okay, I understand.
All the districts in the state provide the same, because everyone has different flavors, bachelor's plus blah, blah, blah.
This is the way you report
But
it to the.
They know that
Yes.
everybody has a master's degree, everybody has a bachelor's degree, and everybody has a highest, whatever that is.
Perfect. Okay, cool. Thank you.
So I think that's why,
I was just wondering, because there is a, like, to our point about kind of just extending the amount of time, like, if there is a difference if it took, sorry, off the top of my head, what is our highest, step 10?
Step 10, yeah.
So, like, if it took, let's just say, North Andover, I have no idea.
Yeah.
If it took them only, like, 7 years to get to 97 versus it takes us 10 to get to, like, 94 or something, like, that is slightly different. So I just wanted to know if that's how you did it, so we could check.
I
But thank
understand,
you.
I understand.
I think the concern, like I'm looking at this top one, right? And, something to be proud of is the highest lane, like we're doing pretty well comparatively, but what's going to be happening by the end of the cycle of 2027 is like a town like North Andover is going to be even further apart from us by more like $3,000 to $4,000 than our current top masters. So I guess a question to pose and a question to consider is, do we want to keep on trying to make sure we have that edge to stay at that top, right? Something to think about. But
And I also think too that some of the districts that are on here, we tried to get surrounding districts that were comparable, again, to sort of trying to remove the city aspect of it, but also, not everyone is, finalized with their FY25 cycles. And then even more so, you get even less of it by the time you get to FY27, right?
I think it's also worth noting too, like, a town like Billerica requires, 6 hours and 47 minutes of work time in their contract. They have no lunch duties and no PLCs, right? So in terms of the amount of time that they're requiring their employees to earn that salary, it's significantly less than the town of Tewksbury.
Yeah, and just on that point, the per diem on the other side, that factors in the number of days, because some districts work a couple more days, some districts work a couple less days.
Yeah.
This factors that
Yeah,
piece in.
it
on the
factors
per
number of days,
Number of
but,
days.
right, not number of hours, but yeah, absolutely. Yep.
one other thing I noticed when I was trying to compare, that we had some advantage in some areas where we had a master's 15, master's 30, master's 45, and a lot of districts didn't. So, if you were in another district that didn't have that until they got to master's 60, we could almost compare our master's 45 column to their master's column. we didn't try to get into that because there's so many different
Variables.
different tables out there, but there weren't a lot of districts that had as many columns as we had.
Yeah.
So would it be a good time to caucus?
Yeah.
Look at our proposal, we can talk about the starting, stopping times, the concerns that you raised?
Do we want to say, do we say 25 minutes maybe, just so we don't extend it, or what do you guys think?
25. 25 sounds good.
So 4:10?
Or 4:15? That's a
4:15 sounds fine.
that's a little ahead.
Yeah, let's do that.
4:15. All right, we'll motion to recess for 25 minutes.
Calling the meeting back to order at 4:37.
All right. I'll have Emily start. You can discuss the start times and such.
Okay, so shocking. I'm going to dive a little more into that 2020 split and how it's greatly going to affect the staff members and their time, which ultimately is going to affect the students as well. So our current 30 minutes in the morning and 10 minutes in the afternoon, as was made clear by the superintendent in our last round of negotiations, is our time to do essentially what we need to do. A big selling point of our PLC time when it was first proposed to us was that we could use our hour outside of contract that we owed to do any mix and match of PLC, extra help, and conferencing. That's going to be essentially taken away from us. We're with this, and I'll give you a very concrete example of why. We're not going to have that kind of flexibility anymore with a 2020. If teachers are in at 8:30, that means students' duty will start at 8:35. So right there, 1 or 2 mornings a week, you have nothing for time, because you get in at 8:30, 8:35, you have to be on duty. It is going to be impossible to have our PLC time all within our contractual time, because it would have to be broken up into 3 20 minutes to get that full hour. Let's be very real, a 20-minute increment is also a lot less productive than an hour block of time, or even 30 minutes. And because we all have 1 or 2 different duty mornings every morning, we couldn't even schedule the team to have 3 mornings together for those 20 minutes. It would be impossible. So that leaves us, technically, it leaves us with, I know it doesn't, the morning doesn't count as our prep time, but it takes away every morning, which again, you'll see in a minute, of that time, that 30 minutes that has been told is ours. It's going to take away every single morning of that we no longer have that to use for our extra little bit of prep time, if you want to call it that, even though it's not counted in our minutes. And then naturally, it would force us to stay later in the day. So,
Emily, before you move on, can I just get one point to clarify there?
Yes.
So if you were doing 20 before under the proposal here, I understand what you're saying, that what you were doing, or maybe what some folks were doing before was 30-30, 30 outside, 30 inside, right, to get the hour.
yes.
Could you do 40-20 in this scenario?
Yes, but I'm going to kind of show you what that's going to do to the rest of the week.
Fine.
So I think one of our biggest kind of confusing pieces here is that originally when this was proposed, correct me if I'm wrong, you guys said that changing that student time and giving that 40 minutes is going to essentially fix the bus issue.
Yep.
But that's the student time. So now we're having to alter our whole teacher time entirely as well. So I'm confused if fixing the student time with that 40-minute gap was going to fix it. Why are we altering this time so greatly? So let me run you through what a rough week would look like in terms of PLC and whatnot. So let's say on Monday morning, we have PLC from 7:40 to 8:40. Now, I did that on purpose because 8:40 to 8:50, right before the kids come in, you just need to like go to the bathroom, whatever, right? It's necessary.
Right.
Okay, so we're gonna say 7:40 to 8:40 on Monday morning would be PLC. That's now 50 minutes out of contract and 10 in, okay? So let's call Tuesday 8:20 to 8:35 for that extra help and conferencing time. That's your other 10 minutes out. So now you have your 60 minutes outside of contract covered. And that's 5 minutes in, because now you got to get right to duty. Okay, so Wednesday, that leaves you having to do 8:30 to 8:50. Wednesday and Thursday, that leaves you having to do 8:30 to 8:50 for another 20 minutes each for extra help and conferencing time. But then we still owe 5 more minutes. Okay, so that would leave Friday, you have to do extra help conferencing time from 8:30 to 8:35 and then go to duty. that doesn't leave a single morning for you to do anything. Not one. And then, as a result, we're spending more time on duty in the afternoon. So basically, we had proposed an Appendix B stipend at the beginning of this to try to help solve some of this bus issue. That is no longer. We dropped that. We've done vouchers in the past for outside of those beginning 30 days, even more. I would say we even give more than 30 days, where we very willingly stay when the buses are running late, without filling out vouchers. And then we, in the past, have had staff members who volunteer to stay, fill out vouchers, and that has been working. So we're just confused. We don't find this to be best for kids, because now we have less time. We have no time now in the morning to ever get ready for them for their day.
So I guess I'd turn it over to you guys. Were you able to talk at all about this during your caucus?
We did discuss it. We just wanted to hear from you, so we don't really have any official response at the moment. We would like to hear from you sort of on your response to all the items that we discussed when we opened the meeting.
So we talked, okay? We obviously, there's a few things still outlined that I'd be happy to discuss with you. We talked about wages, and for today, I think we need to have a bigger discussion with our membership. Like, we want to kind of figure this out. We want to reach a deal. We want to bargain and get this so we're all at agreement. It was, as you can imagine, especially with such a small part of the membership, but also, a decent amount of people in the room, it was hard to come, it's like, where are we going with this? What direction are we going with wages? So right now, we don't have an answer yet. Doesn't mean we're, done or anything. We just need time to really, where are we going? What are we willing to do here? And hear from different members, right? Because it is summer. A lot of people obviously have been following this closely, but obviously there's probably a lot of people with summer minds right now. So we kind of need to reach out to our membership and really discuss what are we willing to do here, right, to get a deal with the school committee, right? Where we regarding wages. Along with that, what else did we discuss specifically? I had the wrong parchment. Perfect.
Emily, thank you for breaking that down.
Along with that too, one thing we haven't discussed today that I'd be happy, I'm not sure if you considered, I know elementary teachers have discussed this, was we have the MOA, right, regarding the half days. Half days are settled, which is great.
Well, we did edit your document. Were you okay with our edits?
I did look at that, yeah, thank you.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Excellent.
I haven't sent it in yet.
Thank you,
but
thank
yeah,
you.
absolutely.
We have a copy here.
Perfect. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm one
I
step
guess,
behind.
there's a few ideas being floated around at our end. I was wondering, not impeding on student learning time, right? Does the committee have any sort of thoughts or ideas regarding how to kind of still address the prep deficit? And once again, we're very thankful for those 6 days. It's very exciting, great development, right? I wasn't sure if you guys have any discussion about that at all. We've started to do that on our end because we're trying to make sure we don't impede on student learning time, but also trying to address it further.
Yeah, we frankly thought you'd come to us with your brainstorming results today.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Okay,
I thought
so
we left things.
one of our ideas informally, because we don't have it in writing, originally was that, as you guys said, it was hard to find a way to get us more time without taking away student learning and/or costing money, and we said we were going to try not to do that. So while this didn't necessarily give us more prep time, it gave us just some of our time back, and we were going to propose that the K-4 doesn't do the extra hour outside of contract. But now that's completely impossible with this start and end time. So our idea is completely null and void now because we could never do everything the way this is laid out.
If the district were to agree and say that extra hour that the other schools, 5 through 12, are obligated to provide, 15-minute, average of 15 minutes per day, if we said K through 4 is not, they can take that average of 15 minutes per day and use it for whatever, not necessarily Extra help
Extra help.
or meeting
We were
with
just
parents.
looking at it as taking the mandatory hour outside of contract off the table, and then us using our professional judgment scheduling to make PLC, extra help, and conferencing still happen within the contract time. But now, there's no way we could ever do that if we're gonna have the 20 minutes in the morning, because it's not even 20 minutes when you're.
Can I get clarity on one thing? Are you talking about the hour outside of PLC or the hour outside of extra help parent conference?
The hour outside of contract time that we're allowed to use for any of the three, PLC, conferencing, or extra help.
Or communication with parents. And I think
Yeah,
that would be
yes,
something we need
conferencing,
to.
that's what I
yeah,
consider that.
To strongly consider, only because we've obviously tossed that one around too, where parents need those opportunities, not only on conference night, it's all part of the teacher
Right,
responsibility.
we could still be doing it in the morning within our contractual time, but I'm saying now, that idea that we had to try to creatively not affect student learning and stuff, that will never work with only 20 minutes in the morning, as
About
you
the
can see.
afternoon time that,
Yeah.
We're on duty.
well, not everybody's on duty.
Everybody's on duty.
Yeah,
I'm sorry?
yeah.
The students are in our classrooms until the last bus is called. They're little.
Can I get
ahead.
clarity
Yeah,
on one
I'm
thing then?
confused
Because
about that.
I've come to central office at 2:55, and I hear an announcement, second grade, report to bus stop. I don't know what that means. I don't. And maybe someone can clarify what that means, because I've never actually asked the question.
Can you just pass the mic back to her?
Different, okay, and that's fair.
These are the lower, our school is different.
Okay,
I
okay.
just received an email, I think it was last week, from a teacher saying, that's going to be impossible for me to do something at 10 minutes of 3. I'm already packing my kids up and lining them up.
So,
That was also,
yeah.
I mean, it's concerning to us that time on learning actually needs to really stop when the student day stops.
So students-
So I think that's the only piece there with that 10 minutes, and that's where the principals were too, is if we were to be with fidelity following the student learning day and making sure all the buses and kiddos were leaving on time, 10 minutes is making them nervous that it's not enough. It's not that we don't want to acquiesce to exactly what you're asking for. They're just nervous about that. That's the caveat about looking at it.
I understand that. I do just remember the last time we were negotiating that when we were discussing the elementary prep deficit, you kept reiterating that we had 30 minutes and 10 minutes every day to ourselves, to ourselves, to ourselves.
I know
The
you
current
don't-
contract.
I know, I know you say to yourself, but I just wanted to, I need to probably clarify that.
Right, it's a part in the contract that's not
Yeah,
considered prep time.
right.
But that it was our time. You kept saying, but you had,
No, it's your availability to be flexible, how you schedule the in-contract day hour and how you schedule the out-of-contract day hour. And, I mean, whether it's 10 and 30 or 20 and 20, it's still your flexibility to do that. But not that it's all, I guess I understood when you said it's our time. It may be
you
other
had said that our
times, like
last round of
duty.
negotiating, that it was our time in the morning and at the end of the day, that should be counted, like, that it was considered our time to prep. And we were saying, but it's not.
Explicitly not. It's explicitly not.
Correct. That was the point we were trying to
Calculation
make.
of such time shall not include the 30 minutes before the student's starting time or the 10 minutes after.
Correct.
Emily, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the issue we're having is that we had a very simple, effective solution, and now we're walking down a path where we're about to complicate the lives of professionals in these elementary schools, and thus complicate schedules for elementary school students. And I think really when we weigh it, we have the solution. Let's just keep with that solution and not adjust these things, is kind of where we're coming from.
Well, I think you heard from the school committee side that we understand, and it seems like, yeah, why wouldn't we do it? I think you heard why we wouldn't do it. The principals are hesitant to do it because they want to make sure that all the things that are supposed to coordinate, buses picking kids up at one school, going to the next school, going to next school, that all students are supervised properly. And while they hope that with the 30-10 at these schools, it will work, they're just not ready to take that leap of faith yet.
But we're not
not what we're talking about.
requiring that. We understand the buses are outside of your control. We get that. We feel you on that, trust me. But it's not new. right? And we've all adjusted from time to time. It just so happens that last year it became worse than normal. It was more consistent than normal. We collaboratively came up with a solution to that, which was this stipend system where we had volunteers who would get paid to supervise the children and have this extended duty. And for us, it worked. We thought that that went well. We thought the process went well. It worked. Everybody kind of got what they wanted, right? From our side. So every which way we look at this current system, we just see more of that. Like, we just see that this is going to, and that's nobody's necessarily like faulting. We understand there's a lot of factors outside of everyone's control here. We just think that we had a solution. And that now, with the district's proposed change of times and change to these, and essentially refusing the stipend solution we had before, we are foreseeing a world where the same thing is happening but worse. We're going to have to do this whole thing again when we could just solve it and leave it. I understand that you want to change like the Ryan Center, like logistically, like whatnot, but the fact of people having to stay later and having the times like be what they were, we could still fix that with the stipend. It wouldn't fix the buses, but the buses are the buses, right? We can only fix the things in our control, and we think we had something.
I thought the concern was having not the 30-minute chunk in the morning was the
Right, but
issue,
you
not the
changed the
staying
times
later.
because of the bus situation.
Okay.
It was our understanding, is that the
Yeah.
reason those times shifted was because of trying to alleviate the bus problems.
Well, there was a
And
bus
there's
problem,
no
though.
guarantee that
We
this
agree.
is going to actually even solve the bus problem, but there is a guarantee
100%.
that it's going to upend a lot of.
It's just working off the
working
time that the teachers and the schools are taking now to stop students, get ready, get on buses, and get out of the building. When they look at the time it's taking now, that's, and again, with a major change in the bus routes, in the fleet, we just don't know until it happens. I mean, last year, I want to just revisit, we were very collaborative.
Yep.
We also received a class action grievance and vouchers on the first day of school.
Right.
Because we kind of
On the first day of school for minutes, 2 minutes
knew this
and 3 minutes.
Respond to that as grievance chair.
Yeah.
We've been- And I think this kind of goes to our original point, is we've had this song and dance for at least the 10 years that I've been here, and unfortunately, every time we approach it and try to solve it, sometimes it doesn't get solved. So in this particular case, yeah, we recommended vouchers, and then we did file a class action grievance, and it led to a solution which I must admit, at no point, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, TTA leadership, did we receive any feedback from administration saying, we don't really see this working, or we're not comfortable with supervision. It seemed to have worked. So why change something that worked fine for an
Josh,
entire year?
prior to the grievance, this was definitely a conversation that was had at JLM. It was also, to my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, was something that I thought that there were measures that were taken along the way, that there was a voucher that was offered, volunteers were asked, this was not a mandatory, people had to stay. It was completely out of the district's control for some of this. And so that was in place prior to the grievance.
My understanding is prior to the grievance that how people were effectively paid depended building on building. Some principals, I think, were a little more open to the idea of approving vouchers, and others were not. So what the class action grievance in this particular case gave us was an opportunity to try to clarify that across the board and make it more efficient and more organized, which, again, we thought we had, and we had a test year last year, and it seemed to have worked out from our end, and we never heard any negative things from the other side.
So I think what I'm hearing from the feedback that's coming from building level administration is that they want 30 days to try this, to be sure it's working. Because if it doesn't work, we're going to find ourselves in the exact same situation that we're in last year.
So I kind of agree with that point, but to that concept then, why is it not that the stipend is the thing on hold for 30? Why is it not that we'll put the stipend in the contract? Did we not say that? Maybe I'm wrong. The stipend's in the contract, and we decide that it gets implemented if on October 1st, 30 days, whatever. We're like, ooh, this is a systemic problem. It's not just the poor little children don't know where they're going, right? Because there is a difference between the children don't know where they're going, we have to figure it out for a few weeks. Versus, this is a systemic issue we cannot fix because of building design, because of buses, because of the number of people, whatever. There's a difference in those two things, which I think impacted the fact that it was we thought a grievance was necessary, because we all, and in our conversations even before it happened, we all looked at it and we said, it's a big hill. Like, it's not on the kids, right? This is an adult problem. And so I think, to our point here, if we could have the times, which we're working as far as like teachers being able to divide things up, kids coming in when they needed to, but we put the stipend in we'll look at it in a set amount of time, like that might be more doable than just this, oh, hey, in 30 days, maybe we'll decide we need, like, you know what I mean? We already have something kind of pre-done. Why would we not just work within that as opposed to starting from scratch when we still have the same issues? I understand you've done a lot of work with trying to work with the bus company, but the bus is what it is. The size of the town is what it is. Where the schools are is what they are. So why not just work within those parameters as opposed to having to, I hate to say it, end up with another grievance scenario where we have to go back because maybe we couldn't, it didn't pan out. You're right, we don't know if this will work, but we have a safety net, sort of. Why not utilize it?
How many stipended positions would there be under your scenario? Like, how many people?
How many did the center have?
How many people
Even
would
if
you
we
need?
took this, we had already taken technically the stipend off the table. I'm just saying if there's the voucher option, if you don't want to be locked into a stipend and how many people get that amount of money, then we could just do the vouchers that we did. I know our building had a few people that volunteered to stay on any day that needed to, and it wasn't every day, so it didn't cost as
And
much.
that could also fall down to someone who's willing to do it, who doesn't need to like leave, right, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, but what if there aren't that enough people that are willing to do it? You can't force people to
that
do
hasn't
it.
happened.
It hasn't.
Right now.
Because again, like we've said, we've had a test year of it, so it seemed.
Yeah, we'll have to caucus again, I think.
And we don't have, as we've also stated before, the lower elementary doesn't have as many opportunities at Appendix B. So even though it wouldn't be a stipend, they at least had the opportunity to fill out the voucher for a couple extra bucks, and people really jumped at that.
At the center.
What was that?
I think elementary in general, I could be wrong. I don't know exactly how center.
They have a head teacher, though.
Okay.
The head teacher takes on that responsibility.
Okay.
So there already is, I guess you'd say, a stipend, but that's on the part
Part
of
of
the
their
duty.
stipended duties.
Okay, so we'll put that on our list to caucus about.
Yeah, let us caucus on that.
And I just wanted to say also, we never leave the children. They're never unsupervised. We make sure they're always safe. Of course, that's our priority above even teaching them. So I'm not diminishing that by any means.
Can I just say one, and I wholeheartedly agree with that statement, and to me, like, it just feels like, you know, we're all professionals in this room, right? And at the end of the day, if, you know, in an ideal, perfect world, the way this would work in my mind, if this was solely up to me, it's, hey, you know what, my contractual day ends at whatever, 3:20. Okay, you know what, I had to stay 5 extra minutes today because whatever, you know, little Johnny, you know, needed help getting on, whatever the case might have been. And then, hey, you know, Mr. So-and-so principal, whatever building it is, you know, hey, I got to come in 5 minutes late tomorrow morning because I got to drop my kid off at daycare and I really can't be here, right? Whatever. Like, it's a give and take, right?
Agreed.
And to me, it's like, if it, in an ideal world, that's how this would work for me.
I think
in
that
my
that is
standpoint.
completely reasonable for the kids just don't know where they are because they're children. But if
100%.
it's systemic, I think that's
Totally
different.
understand
And I feel like the problem we have run into, and again, it is literally nobody in this room's problem, but like fault,
Yeah.
but it has become our problem, right?
Sure.
That
And we have to deal
is-
with
It is systemic. And I mean, I do really hope that whatever the bus route changing scenario is, like maybe it will help. I hope it does. But there's a difference between the kids need a month to figure it out and we have like a big system-wide issue. Those are different things. And so I think that is kind of where some of this is coming from is it, you know, voucherable for a couple weeks and everything's fine? Or do we actually need 2 people per building, however, I don't know how many, but per building to look at it.
Yeah.
And just to comment directly on the point you just made, that's what some of us like to call the human piece, right?
Yeah,
Like the
agreed.
understanding human piece, but I have to tell you, I've worked for an administrator before who, hard no.
And I get it,
No
everybody's
flex, no
different. I
nothing,
totally
and
get
then
it.
I've worked for one who,
The complete
two,
opposite.
who were very willing to do that.
Flexible, right.
Yes.
Yep, I get it.
And I think the changes that we're anticipating with the busing too, as magical as Dave is with the bus schedule, I think we anticipate this being a phenomenal change. Nobody knows. And I think even more so than just, are the students going to work it out and figure it out, is this really going to work?
All right. Well, let us caucus on that, though. I
Okay,
think you brought up a couple of points that we want to consider.
Would we want to do that then? Because that might then unlock us to be able to talk about the elementary prep time.
Yeah.
Oh, can I ask a question on that?
Yeah, I want to.
Just because, I mean, we understand K through 4, very few students come to extra help. But what happens when they need to?
Again, I think that was where, if we were formally proposing this idea, I was going to
Waving their
say,
hand.
within the,
We have, oh, sorry.
If we were to take that away.
Schedule MTSS, which is
Yeah,
a wonderful opportunity
Right.
to work in small group, which is an opportunity afforded to all of the students.
Yeah.
I've had kids that I've reached out to parents and said, hey, I really would like this little, kid to come in and extra help. I can't get him there, can't drop him off, can't pick him up, what have you. So it
Yeah.
does kind of limit who's available to it. But during those times, plus, let's be honest, snack. Like, our life is very different than, I'm not sure about Ryan, but definitely middle and high school.
definitely.
So those kids that need that extra help, we're with them all day.
You're talking
We
about the
can find
targeted
those
teacher time.
times.
Yeah.
and I was also going to say, it comes down to our professional judgment. If we need to use those 20 minutes in the morning or 30 minutes in the morning that are in contract, we absolutely still can, because every year, every class, every kid is different.
Right.
So absolutely, I know for sure that there are teachers who, even if it wasn't outside of contract, they would use that inside contractual time, grab them from Alpha Best or whatever, or tell the parents, hey, on Tuesdays, can you drop them off? It just would be in contract, not outside of it. That's all.
Understood.
I know. Some use their lunchtime, too. I've seen it.
Yes, correct.
Absolutely.
So if the bus, or the arrival and departure times were as you envision them, would keep calling it the creative prep time idea be that, I guess when looking at page 10 of the contract, it says, as you know, the workday will be extended an average of 15 minutes per day, Monday through Thursday, implemented in a flexible manner by each individual teacher. So that's the hour of out-of-contract time that we're talking about. So for K through 4, the hour out of contract would then be returned to you, to use as you see fit? Is that what you mean?
What can you define return to them, like eradicate it from the contract?
No,
or
no,
they-
you would, we would
Okay.
say this time, let's say if we were able to do this, and I'm speaking out of turn, I haven't gotten my client's approval, but per your thing, I'm wondering if this would then say, for grades 5 through 12, this 15 minutes would be for extra help, students meeting with parents. For K through 4, it would be for whatever time is appropriate, given the grade level or what have you. I don't know, something
No,
like
I'm
that.
saying that the extra 15, how it's worded in there, would be taken out for K to 4.
It would just be taken out. Oh, I see.
So you'd work
And then
one
we
at
would
less
use
hour.
our mornings, pending how this starts, to do all of those, do and schedule all those things the way we, or
Within
afternoons.
contract is what, you would just take that hour out of contract a week. It would not be in play anymore for K through 4. Got it. Thank you for the clarification. I would have walked away with a
And
completely.
Could that not be, could that hour not transfer over to common planning time?
Well, because
Is it planning time? No.
so instead of
No,
having to
that
use it.
extra hour outside of contract is choice of PLC.
Right, but are you saying it could then, if it's taken out for K to 4, it's for planning time?
No, we were saying we couldn't figure out, this was just one idea to try to not touch the student learning or money thing, where it doesn't necessarily give us more prep time, but it just gives us some of our time back.
So the in-contract time, I think I hear you. I just wanted to go back, I think Connie used the word deficit, because what we don't really have is a deficit in prep time. We have a deficit in common planning time, because right now, you actually have more prep time than 5 to 8. And
We
Yeah, with the 45 plus the extra 12 per day, the 45 per week, with the 6 half-days. Prep time, you have more time with. It's the common that's only 20 a day, and as you've shared, one of those can get sucked up with your duty. So I think what we're all trying to do is be creative so you have the time for whether it's common planning or planning. And I just want to be clear, though, we're, as an elementary, as a district, in elementary prep time, individual prep, so let's call that, we're looking good. We're really looking good. As compared to other districts.
And you're including our new 6 half-days?
I'm including the 45 every day, the extra 45 a week, the new 6 half-days.
Okay.
We're looking really good in individual planning time, elementary-wise, if you look at other districts and ask them.
Some of the teachers don't even get a prep every day.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah,
I can't
no,
even
and I
imagine
think
that
we've understood your need, and we've tried to be creative, and, you know, I've been part of those negotiations, and quite honestly, I know you need it. What we still see is a deficit in common time. So I think when we collaborate on that, I just want you to know where I'm thinking, too, is when do you have time all together?
So would you be amenable to keeping, if we caucus on this and consider it, keeping that as contractual time, that 15 minutes per day, whether you put it together as an hour, 2 half hours, 15 each day, whatever, at the K through 4 level that you would use in some capacity in that way? But keep it as contractual time?
If it was contractual time still, I think it would just, again, turn back into the hour of PLC, and I don't think it would really,
Well, no, because you already have your hour PLC time, right?
it's for either or.
Right.
Those 15 minutes outside that equal an hour are for PLC and/or extra help and/or conferencing. So if we just kept it, it would really just be the same thing.
It's such a thing that a visual, it was what we used the last time to show. You
Right,
can't
right.
block it in here, but you can block it here and here.
Right, right.
It's an hour in, and it's an hour out. And even though, you know, the contract reads one way about what that hour out is, you were given that flexibility. And that's where we had a lot of discussion last time. People liked that. Some
Right, and
liked-
that's what we were saying with
Yeah.
this new start time, that flexibility is gone, and that was the part that made it pretty, kind of appealing last
Yeah,
time.
it's different. It's still there, but it's different, and you made your point. I know, Emma.
We wouldn't have any mornings to do anything, Brenda.
All right. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
So we get it. We understand, I think, where you're coming from.
Is there, I mean, unless there's any other points you guys want to make,
Probably. Anything else?
we'd like to caucus if you,
Yeah, that's
is that-
great.
you're okay
Go
with
ahead,
that?
Please.
So it's 5:09.
Are you guys amenable to sticking around a little after 5:30 if needed, or?
Unfortunately, between our staff and for MTA, and because we thought we were ending at 5:30, like I kind of like surveyed the room.
yeah.
People have kind of made plans after.
Okay.
So I mean, if
Can we be back in 10 then?
Huh?
Can we be back in 10 so we can just chat a little bit more if that's okay? Before we wrap up?
Yeah, that's great. Perfect.
Okay, we'll motion to recess for 10 minutes?
And we'll come back 5:20.
Coming back.
Ready, Jason? All right, we're calling the meeting back to order at 5:24 PM.
Yeah,
Yep, please
let's
do.
jump right
So
in.
just, we're going to amend our package proposal in two respects. We will adjust the teacher starting and stop time for the doing in Heathbrook to do the 30 minutes before, 10 minutes after, and we will be using hope as a strategy here. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. And the second instance in which we're going to amend is per your idea you came up with about the K through 4 teachers. I'm trying to find the,
Right underneath the table.
I'm sorry?
It's right underneath the table.
Yes, on page 1 of our proposal, we will say that the workday will be extended an average of 15 minutes per day, Monday through Thursday. We implement in a flexible manner, and then at the very last sentence, we will say for grades 5 through 12 teachers, additional time is expressly for extra help meeting with parents. For K through 4 teachers, what should we say, pre-K through 4?
There we have a different,
All right, it's
let
different
us look at that.
Yeah, K through 4 teachers, this time will be used as they see fit. As they see fit to meet their professional responsibilities. If you want to reword that, just to make sure that it's your decision about how you meet your professional responsibilities in that time, what it takes to meet your professional responsibilities. That's the idea, the intent behind that language. Okay? And then the rest of the package stays as previously presented.
Would you mind sending digitally that package and maybe like in some sort of some differentiation from those two changes so we can find it pretty quickly, like a highlighted section? Or...
Purple.
Okay, yeah, okay, sounds good.
Just can it not be too close to the blue because the
I know,
color
I know.
blind can't
We'll
tell.
we'll make sure it's,
Okay, so, well, we already used blues and greens or whatever the two colors that people get mixed up with that.
Yeah.
I don't know, I'll try. Is purple okay?
Purple's great.
Purple's great.
I love purple.
All right, so next, I'm really writing this down, next color, purple. Okay, all right.
All right.
So, I mean, if you guys want to caucus, we're willing to hang around, but it sounds like you guys have time commitments.
Do you want to, well, how about we review it and then, it sounds like it's pretty hopeful, so we're going to review it and then, will that be good? And then we'll have
The whole package, yeah.
we might even be able to, we could possibly give you like a digital answer on those two, you know what I mean?
Well,
So-
it's a package, so if you slice those out off and say, we agree to this, I think we've made it clear that it's part of the whole package. That movement is part of this package.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I mean, that's how we've been,
Yeah.
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
Okay.
So,
okay.
now what?
I think, should we conclude?
Meeting dates.
How about this? Should we conclude and then we can do this offline too, like look at some August meeting dates? Would that be good with you all?
Do you have any tentative dates that work? I know July was not really good.
Yeah, I haven't checked. Really, we haven't really talked about it all together yet.
I know I am out of the country until the 17th
The 17th?
of August. So I can do after the 17th in August. I'm not out of the country like from now until the 17th.
But I think
But the first 2 weeks of August, I'm
So July does not work for you guys at all?
July does not, but
The first 2 weeks of August don't work for you guys at all?
they don't work for me. But
we could figure something. We can, yeah.
So Dina, this half one and this one, or the two full ones?
the second to the 17th.
Okay.
Okay.
So we're looking at the 19th to the 23rd essentially before school starts.
Yeah.
if at all practical, we would prefer to meet before, we prefer to meet that week, but also one more time before.
Yeah.
I mean, reasonably speaking, I'd like to have 2 more meetings before the school year starts. I understand if it doesn't work practically for people's schedules, I totally get that. But again, it's my intention, I believe, Bridget, I don't want to misspeak for you, but I believe it's our intention that we want this contract settled before the school year starts.
Yep.
We want it settled on both fronts, by the way, let me be clear.
Before the
both.
contract ends.
Before the contract ends August 31st. That is our intention.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but would it make sense perhaps if we took this conversation as a group offline?
Sure.
That's what, yeah, I think we should definitely do that.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, I can get you something, I can get some dates to you if you want to do vice versa by
Okay.
the 4th.
Yeah,
So
no
that way we
problem.
can walk in.
All right, great. So then we'll motion to adjourn.
Perfect.
Okay.
All right.
5:59.
Great, thank you.